All right, let's stop the music. We are live, back again. Now today, so we're developing more features, so adding more features to the Langflow project. We're going to create a nice, huge, tremendous, big PR and submit it to the project, to the GitHub, and see if it's going to get accepted or not. So that's the goal for today, to be able to create a nice, big PR and get the project, get the changes through. So in our case, where we forked the project and we're running it, or we have the project in our BitBucket. So first thing that I just did is to fetch the upstream. So the upstream in our case is connected to the GitHub. So that's what we have, the setup. Where's my ghostly here? So it's ghostly. So we just did a quick crazy merge with the upstream branch. So if you go and look at the remote version, you can see that there's the BitBucket and there's the upstream branch is pointing to GitHub. So we just got the latest from GitHub and we merged it in, and we're just going through fixing issues, and you're going to run it, fix issues, test it, deploy it, run all the tests, front and back end tests, and update the tests if you have to. And then we'll create the PR. And if there's time, also create a PR for the Helm charts. Now that one's going to be a little bit more crazier. And maybe we'll create another Git, not a PR, but another Git for Langflow to push the Terraform code that we used to deploy our deployment, or maybe CI/CD pipeline as well. So and maybe Grafana dashboards, observability dashboards as well, right? So lots of things happening, right? So first thing is, so I just merged this. And I was just in the middle of fixing the schema manager here, because we did add a new schema file here, schema updates. So just updated the version here, the down version. So, there's in this schema manager, it saves the last hash of this number here in a table, and it uses it as a pointer to the next one, right? So since we added this before some of the new ones were added here, we're just gonna change it to point to the down version is going to be the last version that we got from Langflow from the merge. So, and yeah, it's going to break our deployment, our Postgres deployment. We'll go and clean it up once we deploy it. So, and that's one of the maybe the better reasons to merge some of these projects, because of the schema manager. Your schema gets out of sync, and then it's very difficult to update it, right? Anyway, so we just did that. And resolve the conflict. So we're good to go. I'm going to run it right now, see how it is. Right. So all these changes here. All right. Lots of file changed. I'm kind of curious about the Docker files, because we fixed them a lot. I mean, we made so many changes to Docker files because there's quite a few bugs in the Docker files. So I'll probably have a peek at them as well in a minute. Anyways, let's run this. Let's see if there's any issues and start fixing them. So let's run. So let's run the backend first. And just kick off another terminal window here. Let's start the front and then just run it. The backend seems okay. Why is all of the logs are JSON logs? The default one is non-JSON, so that's weird. Why it went back to JSON? That's something we got to pay attention to. All these kind of weird issues that will come up. So in my env file, I'm using the container log environment here. That's strange. So that's something you have to look at, why these are JSON objects. So we updated some of the bugs that were in the logger file. We did have the ability to serialize the log, because we want them for our Docker logs to be a little bit better than they were. So we can scrape them with Loki and Kubernetes. But anyways, so that's strange. I'm going to have to have a look at that, and I'll just run this. Okay. All right, let's kick this off. So the backend first, is it running? Seems to be okay. Let's look at the metrics. Metrics, where's our metrics? So these are the ones we added here. Oh, for fast API version, Langflow version. Okay, cool. So we still have them. All right, let's just restart this. Oh, you know what? Let's log out, log in. Let's see if our single sign-in is still working. So let's just clear the cookie here. Oh, what's this? Could not load from database. Oh, okay. Let's see if you have some issues here. So there's a single sign-on. Still seems to be working. Let's see if it comes back to the page. Oh, that's strange. So there's some cookie issues here. Oh, it's working. Okay, so there seems to be like a cookie issue here on the back end. All right, it's nothing to look at. Let's see what we have here. Let's look at simple agent. I don't know why this is spinning, and this is spinning. Looks like a bug. This one too. Let me click on some of the other ones here. All right, so let's fix this bug first, since we have it in a browser already. So let's open this in Chrome actually, so we can use the Chrome React plugin to deal with this instead of Safari. So it looks like there's a few bugs that got introduced by the merge. Obviously not related to our changes because we're doing single sign-on. So I like to fix them before we deploy into our cluster, and then we can also submit them with the pull request as well. So let's just see if we can fix some of these issues quickly. All right. Yeah, it seems like there's a cookie issue here that we have to kind of deal with. Could not from a database. That's strange. Is there a database issue too? Let me just have a peek. I see the refresh is happening with the tokens. So it is creating our keycloak token. All right, so there's something that seems to be like a weird issue happening with the refresh. So we'll have a look at the refresh in a second. And I don't know where the flow thing is coming from. Can't save to database. Let me see the changes that were the new files that were added here. So we had you know what? Let's delete. Let's stop this for a second and delete the SQLite database locally here, and see if that fixes some of these issues. Let's have a peek what happened here. So this is the new file that was added. So this one updates. What was it updating here? So it does update the flow table here. Okay. So it looks like whatever was introduced created a bug and some issue with the flow table here. Maybe the model just doesn't have the new columns yet, so we have to peek. I wasn't expecting this many issues, but let's see if we can fix them, because we do want to deploy it in our cluster first before we create a PR. What about this one here? What was this one here? This one is, again, updating the flow table. Okay. So it looks like there may be a few issues with the flow table. We had 2 updates here. All right, let's see. All right, so let's get this going in Chrome. All right. Looks like the login works. We have the user is correct. It's a keycloak user. We have all the new fields. It created new user here in the table automatically, so that's good. So that seems to be okay. So I wonder where the refresh token issue is coming from. Okay, let's create a new flow and see if there's an issue. So let's create a simple agent here. Yeah, I can see this is spinning here. This is spinning here. So fit to zoom. Let's look at that one first, because that one, there's no reason why this one should be spinning. Just inspect this quickly. Let's inspect it with the components plugin here. Right, so it's stuck in a loading state. All right, that's strange. All right, let's go have a look at this. So this is in, where's this coming from? Let me just look for the string fit to zoom and see if I can find this component quickly and see why it's stuck in the loading state. What if I zoom in, zoom out now? All right, so let's find that one and then find this one here after. Okay, well, let's fix some bugs and then we'll get into DevOpsy stuff. Okay, so this component is fit to zoom. Let's see if we can find this quickly. All right, so we have it. So it's this one here. It's the control button. Let me put the Chrome on the other side so I can see the components. Right, so it's a custom control button. Yeah, so that's the one. Let's go into here, see if, so yeah, it has the shade tooltip here, or shade tooltip. Okay. Tooltip trigger. So it looks like it's the tooltip that's here, tooltip text. So there seems to be an issue with the tooltip. Let me go back to, where's the tooltip? Here. So there's an issue with this based on the loading state. Okay. That's a bit strange. That's the React lib. Okay, so we're going to ignore that part. All right, so we get this React flow. We deconstruct it to fit view, zoom in, zoom out. I'm going to probably put a breakpoint there in a second in the code just to see what's the state of this variable here. And I also need to find the loading variable here so that it's loading. Let me see. Right, so if I look at the sequence of events here, you can see that it's required by here canvas control. Bloody hell! There's no back here, is there? Right, so we have flow page here, then we have canvas control here, and then custom buttons, anonymous, and forward. Okay, so and I can see it's the tooltip trigger here, and that's what is causing the loading state here. Wait, is this in there? Let me see. What's happening here? Hold on, let me look at this. So there's also an error I see in the console. Oh boy. Yeah, this is what you get when you get the latest code usually. It hasn't been fully tested. Error boundary. This is another issue here. What? Okay. All right. Right. Start it again. All right, let's see if we can fix this. All right, so let's trace this back quickly. And let's see what happens with tooltip here. So tooltip is the content. So just see what is happening here. Right, so it says this is the issues here. And just look at the component tree again, just to get an understanding. Right, so it is the tooltip trigger. So we are passing props into it, which is the children here, which is what? Oh, there's no children for this one here. Okay, so we just have content. Let's have a look at this tooltip trigger here. And if I look at the hierarchy of components here, the tree of components, I see that we have primitive div is where this lives. So it's in the primitive, so it's pop anchor primitive div. Okay, let's see what that is. Let me put a breakpoint actually in code just to see why this is not doing the right thing. But as far as I can tell, I don't see the issue here in code, as far as I can tell. Let's look at the timeline, see if this thing was changed. 4 months ago? No, that's before we got the code. Okay, so it's definitely not here. What about this one here? When was this optimized? 3 months ago was the optimization. Okay, that seems not the cause of the issue. What about here? When was this updated? No, these are just superficial changes. I don't see any problem with this. All right. So I don't see the code updates here for this specific thing. Let's see what else we can do here. Let's just close some of these things, just clean up a bit so we can see a bit. Okay, I'm gonna put just a breakpoint in here in code and see if I can inspect the variables when the source is running. So let's see if we can find this. So this is in canvas controls, not canvas controls. Is it canvas controls? Yeah, so canvas controls. Okay, let me see if I can find this piece of code here in Chrome, so I can put a breakpoint there. So just inspect it quickly. It's source components core. Canvas controls. All right, it's in the index, obviously. All right. So I'm just putting a breakpoint at just the return so I can inspect the variables. And then also I'm gonna put one more breakpoint, maybe on canvas controls as well. So we can inspect, anyway, so just putting it here so you can see. Okay. So I can inspect the variables, and I'll put one here as well. All right. It already hit some of the breakpoints, but I don't want that. Let's just let me suspend the breakpoints for a second here so we can get a fresh thing going. So it happened when let's get the breakpoints back. So when we enter, let's see what's happening here. All right, so we're supposed to deconstruct this array here and get fit view. So fit view is what? Should probably watch that variable. All right, there's not much here in this variable. Okay. You know what? I want to actually maybe play around with it a little bit. So let me get my console here quickly. Okay. So anyway, so that's the state here. Okay, so it just returns a function here. Let's just put a breakpoint here as well. So when it runs, we can actually see it. All right, stepping over. Okay, let's just run this. All right, so here's the panel. So right now we have what? The fit view is still here. That's an on-click event. So let's see if we can maybe step into the custom controller here. Actually, let's just run it once and then let's step over this. Just do it step by step. All right. So zoom in. So I'm gonna let this go because this is the zoom in one. I want to get fit to zoom. This one is zoom out. All right, fit to zoom. Let's see what's happening with this one here. Icon class is undefined. Where's the icon class coming from? Oh boy, it's just kind of getting messy here. I'm gonna step through this one as well just to see. Okay. Now let's run this a little bit more. All right, so yeah, we're missing this one here, but it should probably execute once you see the graph on the screen, and then fit to zoom should trigger to resize the graph. So that's fine. So that could be the last thing. Right. So probably we just have to look at the code that's actually triggering this. So this one here, this function, we'll use React Flow. So you have to kind of look at that and see what's happening there, why it's not finishing. All right, so now we have this on the screen. Well, we don't have the edges yet, so let's see if the edges paint. It's doing multiple passes, right? So, which is okay. I mean, we're not going to optimize anything right now. Just waiting for the edges to appear on these the lines on the graph, and then we can see why it's not finishing the zoom function. There we go. So it's spinning right now. Okay. So this is where I should start calculating the zoom function, or zoom to fit, or fit to zoom. Yeah, I'm just going to run this through, and so the issues maybe is not that obvious, but the issue seems to be related to really zooming out and zooming in once all the components are shown. Well, let's find the zoom function or fit to zoom function and put a breakpoint there, and then see why it's not firing or if there's any issues. So going back to code base. Okay. So let's just trace it back. So fit to zoom is obviously coming from here. But where's the actual, I guess, calculation of the zoom? Because I'm expecting the fit to zoom to trigger to resize the graph on the screen. At least that's what I'm thinking should happen. And then once that's done, it should go back from the spinner to regular button. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna do a little bit more, have a bigger pick at this. Let me see if this was updated, this library. Maybe that's the problem here. So the XY flow, let's see if maybe the problem is because of the version updates. Maybe we can roll back the versions to get this going. Let's just make this. Okay, so let's look at the package JSON. Where's my package? Package here. So this one here is coming from that's annoying. There you go, this one here. So it's coming from the XY flow lib. All right, let's see if this was updated. What version was there before? You know what? Let me just look at the Langflow repo so I can see if it was updated there. Because I just want to get all the basic things out of the way first. See if this is a lib issue or it's a code issue, or the application issues, things like that. Just basic debugging first. Okay, where is Langflow? I know I had to open here. Git. Was it here? Oh, yeah, it's here. Okay. All right. So there's the XY flow. Okay. So we have it here. All right. Let's do blame. Let's see if it was just recently updated. No, it hasn't changed for 3 months. Okay, so I can be confident that whatever happened is since we forked the code, um, after that. Okay. All right. So it really looks like it's the fit to zoom function wherever it's executing. Let's move this to the side so we can see the docs. So I'll keep the screen, this thing on the screen here, so I can see, so I can have access to the code in the repo. All right, let's find the function fit to view. See if it's if we can put a breakpoint there. So that'll be what fit view, something like that. Fit view. Let's see. All right, so this is the one we're just looking at. Just trying to understand where things are quickly before I make some crazy changes here. Start with factoring things. Usually these things just are minor issues. Okay, so this looks promising here. What's happening here? So when we set up the React flow from the XY flow lib, this is all the properties that we set here. Empty flow current equals false. Okay, so let's have a look at this piece of code when it starts. And let me see if this was actually updated recently. It was updated, and there's the loading here. Okay, so maybe we found our bug in here. Yeah. All right. So this was also added here when it came. Okay, so looks like we have found the problem here, which was added a month ago. So this is right after we forked. So we don't have this piece of code. We just got this, and it's related to the loading state. Is that the only thing that changed? All right. So let's see what's happening here. So this effect here, show canvas is set to loading. Okay. It seems like it's stuck. Where's my Chrome version here? So yeah, so we'll go do some React debugging. We'll do some Python debugging, and then we'll do some DevOps stuff. And maybe there's time we do some Kubernetes stuff as well. Well, we still have to deploy it before we do the PR. So we're going to do full stack as always. Maybe we'll throw some calculus in there just to do some data science as well. Let's do a full development. Not like one of those full development people just say they do a little bit of backend. We'll do a full thing, right? Let's go crazy. We'll get some microcontrollers too and do some assembly as well. Just right there on the table behind me. Why not? Okay. So looks like this is the issue here. Just trying to get the components again on the screen in my Chrome here, so I can see if, okay, so it is loading. It's set to, where's it? Yeah. All right. So this comes from the flow page, right? Down all the way to, yeah, goes, okay. Let's see if we can fiddle with this a bit. So this is the page component. Okay, so the flow page component, and it fits with what I'm seeing on the screen from the component extension here in Chrome. It is the flow page, calls the page, which then calls the custom controller button, which is the button in the canvas controls, fit to zoom. It looks like this is the problem here. Going to close some of these things here so we can just have the things that are causing the problem on the screen, and then so we can hyper focus on these things here. Yeah, let's move the timeline out of the way. And that one was what, page components, right? So what was it? I just lose it. Where the hell is that page component? I am blind. Comment. Hold on, let me find this again. Flow page. All right, there we go. All right, so these are the new things that were added here. This thing here. And also looks like it is the issue because the loading is set to, well, it's still set. So, Now let me look at these errors here. More props, component read only. Seems to be, I'm going to ignore Sonar Cube. So we have multiple linters. I always like to have multiple linters to give me feedback, but I'm just going to ignore this linter here. And the other thing is this thing here as well, this use effect. All right, I'm gonna make small changes here to see if I can trigger changes. First of all, you know what? I'm just gonna comment this out. And see if anything changes when I, right. All right, so this is where we're supposed to be updating the loading. Yeah, so let me just pick this back, and you know what? I'm just going to make this set to true. All right, let's put this back. I also have OpenAI open here, just doing images here. There, you just created the image. All right, so there you go. This is what's my anime character looks like. Sweet. I'm getting distracted here, but you know what? Let's just have some fun with some of these new features from OpenAI. Okay, this one is So it looks to me like the empty flow is probably the problem here. Let's save this. So where is it? Is empty, this one here, flow current here. So I think the current here is incorrectly set somewhere. Let's see if we can tease this out quickly here. Where's, I need the handle fit view. Is it handle? Sorry, fit view, just like that, right? Where's that function? What is it? Interesting. I see on the website here that we can also add additional properties here to make it a little bit easier to deal with the fit view. So looking at the React Flow website, to give some suggestions here. Let me see, what can we do here? Just based on the docs. So I see is loading, one of the things that they suggest here, to put is loading on, where is this? This one here. And have a handler to deal with that as well, to flip it back to non-loading state. And then the on-click event can also be updated as well. So a few things. So which way are we going to go here? What is the minimal thing we can do here just to get this going? This might be as simple as just things happening out of sequence, right? Because this is async operation here to fit view. So maybe just executing while the nodes are appearing, and then it's just not, once it's done, it just doesn't finish. I don't want to go with major changes, but we might have to here. Okay, so the idea would be to use create another use state, one for when we manage the button itself, showing hiding the button, and updating the custom control button as well. Okay, with the loading function here. So that's just a major change, but to do it, I guess, quotes properly, there's such a thing. We will have to update this one here as well. Just put, is loading here. Oh boy. I don't want to make all these changes right now because I got to write tests for it, right? So what is the easiest thing that we can do here? Still get away with the least amount of code. All right, I think the minimal changes will be just to add a handler function to the control button here and let that do its job. Let me do that and then see if that fixes the issue. Okay, so we'll do a little bit more surgery here. All right, let's start with, oh boy, here. Let's start here, fit to zoom. So I'm going to change the on click and change the on click and change the is loading this as well? Hold on, I just want to know if it's gonna, the linter is gonna, yeah, okay, we're good. All right. Yeah. Yeah, this React flow seems to be complicated. Seems to be very complicated. I just want to have a peek into here first, see if I can maybe massage some of these things here, especially the tooltip trigger here. I don't want to make all these changes, so let's just do some debugging. See if we can tease this out a bit more, because yeah, it might be a problem. To just make changes. Okay, let me do some debug first. Okay, so going back to let's replace here. Just going to remove the on click for a second here. I'll just make it, yeah, let's put it on click here, but let's just make it, yeah, let's just put a function here. So we can do a little bit debugging. Sure. And it also says that I can add beside this little thingy, a duration, I'll just put like half a second, whatever. And we can also add, what's the property? Include hidden false, right? Let me see how that looks. Where's my Chrome browser? Chromie, come back, Chrome. Yeah, no change. Okay. All right, cool. Going back, let's just add a little more things here. Oh boy. So I want to see if I can fiddle with some of these things here. Maybe just to kind of tease this out. You know what? Let me set that option to here before something happens. It's a bit convoluted here, I see. All right, let's do some fiddling with this. Okay, so let's get the document in here. Document that, let's go body. That, let's just click it, this, click. Right, just to kind of mess with the tooltip a bit, and then what I can do is I can get the constant here. Let's get the nodes. No, not from here. That's not what I want. Bad code completion, bad. Stop completing the code. I want to get it from the store, get state, and then let's have a look at the nodes. So get the nodes here. Oh, I see. Okay. Is the documentation lying to me? Let me run to see if it actually blows up in my face. Now, then I can say if the nodes are there, then I can run the, so if the nodes, nodes. Now this is just to kind of Anyways, this is just to have the ability to click on this when it shows up. And I'll use this for debugging, just put some console alts in here. So length equals to, sorry, greater than 0. Damn it, this code completion today is just not great. All right. Why are you messing with me? And then I want to get the fit view here, okay? At this point. All right. So that's what I'm thinking of doing right now for the quick. Let's see. Where is my Chrome window? Let's refresh the page. All right, cool. All right, and now just going to inspect. Just want to see some of these errors here. I just want to trigger. Okay, yeah. All right. So for now, I'm just going to get rid of this and just really focus on. Yeah, just get rid of this quickly. All right. So we just don't care about this part right now. So what I really care about right now is triggering the loader to stop. So let me just look at that first now, and so I can work backwards here. Let's throw some debug statements here so we can see in the console. So since we have the custom controller button here, I'm just gonna throw some, let's throw some debug on top of that and see. Yeah, let's see if we can read the state. So first, let's just let's see if we can identify the problem. Okay, so custom control button. Let's go to the top, and right about, let's throw use reference here. Let's do it here, right here. Let's just see if we can grab the state. No, that's not what I want. I want to get the constant, and let's get the button reference here. So we can, let's use ref. Just null. No. Do some fancy React here. And then once we have this, then we can create a use effect and just dump the properties of the button to see what's happening. Okay, so use a use effect. Nope. Why are you mocking me code completion today? That's a bad code completion. Okay, let's just take the button reference current and put the, let's use the test ID here, and then mount. We can mount the test ID. And here we want to do what? We want to just dump to the console log. Console log, reference. And what else I want to do? I want to put a test ID in here, so we can see which button it is, because the button, all of them have test IDs, as we can see here. Scrolling back, right? So test ID, test ID, test ID. So just dump out which button it is, so we can get an info about that. So let's throw let's change this to different type of quotes, so we can throw thingies in there. Crap, not this one here. Put it right here. And let's say button. Let's throw the test ID in there. All right. Doing some fancy debugging here. Test. Just remove this element. All right. What else we want to display? Let's display the class name as well. So we can, if it's a loader, just get the class name. Oh no, not the parent element. I want the class name. Class name. Okay, let's see if that's good enough. Okay, so that should give us some information here. Where else? What else we can do in the console? Or what else do we want to dump? What else we can do here? I think that's all I want to do for this thing. Oh yeah, button reference. I need to put the button reference here, right? So that's what I forgot. So we're gonna make here. It's the reference button reference. All right. Yeah, it's going to cause a problem. We'll deal with this in a second. And what else do we have? We have let's just put data test. Already have it. Okay. Oops. So I didn't see that. Okay. All right, let me just run this. Let's just refresh the page and see if I can see this in console outputs right now. Yeah, it's not giving me the information I want or need right now. Yeah, that's not what I want. You know what, I'm just going to go and remove this and put it, create a use effect to dump all the states, just to see if you can kind of tease out what is causing the problem. Because looking at the DOM tree here and the components, it's not giving me enough information to see where it's actually being set, which use effect or which effect is actually changing the loading, or changing the spinner, or updating the spinner, or not updating the spinner, right? All right, you know what? Let's do this. It's going to be a little bit more painful, but at least we get some good answers. Anyway, so I'll do this just at the component level here. So canvas controls here. So for canvas controls, let's create a new use effect. Just to dump out the information about the attributes and a little more information about what's happening here. Because right now, I don't see why this is becoming, why this is an issue. Because it's not obvious. There's just too much code to go through. So I just want to narrow down the place where I can find the problem in code and then tackle it. So we need to identify the issue first. Where we're going to identify the issue. So I guess I can start with the icon component, maybe not here. So because the icon component is the one that's actually is being not rendered. So maybe that's where it starts. So in control button here, we note that this is okay, but this icon component is replaced by a spinner. And this one is generic icon component, right? So maybe we should start here. Right, this loading here, okay. So I think this is the best place to start debugging this. Yeah, seems to me. Okay. All right, let's start doing some debugs here. All right, going from the top, let's see. Still some outputs here right before we start, just to see that we're here. render icon for, let's put the name in here. Okay, so we know what the name is, what the dude, VS Code, why are you fighting me today, bro? I know I said I'm gonna switch to cursor, but oh my god, what the? Okay. All right, so we know which component it is. Now going back, let's see what else. We want to see the states in here. What? No, dude, that's such a bad suggestion. Okay. Yeah, fallback. And I want to see fallback. Now let me just put the name in here so we know what the name is, because it might get out of sync. So this would be show fallback for name. Anyways, I'm just going to add lots of debugs here just to get more information here. Let's where else? Just looking at the code that's getting executed here. Let's throw it. Yeah, you throw in the set effect to see what we want to see. I want to see one set to true. So let's do that. So I'll throw it in here. Okay. No, just put setting. Just put that in here. Trigger icon here. Let's see what we're going to do here. I need to know. What do I need to know? Let's look at the clear timeout as well. Let's just put this in. Yeah. All right. So we know when it's clearing timeout. Okay, cool. Save. What's your problem here? What's the thing here? What? The comma. Hold on. I'm missing. What happened here? Bad code completion again. I need one more here, right? There we go. All right. Damn you, VS Code. All right. So what else we're going through? You want to throw some, here when the target icon is set. So I'm just going to add more just to kind of get more information. So I have to go back console. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Target icon. And what else? We want to know. For the target icon, it would be nice to know if. Do I care about the imports? I don't care about the imports. Yeah, not right now. Oh, let me put this between these things here. Okay. Just one more, just before we render, just get some feedback about before we render this thing. Yeah, I'll just throw one here. Console log rendering icon. Okay. Oh yeah, and just put with skip fallback as well. Skip and just throw the skip fallback. Dude, why being difficult? Seriously. Skip fallback is going to be equal to. All right, so that's. Ooh, yeah. Too many of you. All right, let's refresh the page and see if I can get some quick information here about the icons. That's coming in. Okay, play is object. What I want is an object. I want to get the properties. So what? Which one is hold on. Play. Oh, the name of the button is play. Okay, never mind. I'm just silly. All right, going back, let me just clear my outputs here. And there you go. We just have them here. So the output's appearing here. Okay. So I'm looking for the I see the zoom in, I see the zoom out. I don't see the one in the middle, right? So the icon's not coming in. All right. So at least I know that this whole thing is replaced by a loader here. So yeah, so we need to go one step above that. Because yeah, so I'm getting good information here, but it doesn't have that specific button because again, it hasn't been rendered yet. All right, cool. That's something. Okay, let's go back to one before that. Let's add some outputs here. All right, I'm just going to put some outputs here just to look at the parent, which is a tooltip trigger parent. All right, let's do this. Oh, this is a bit painful. I'll roll back. I'll reset all the changes later. But so I have to go through this process to figure out what the hell is happening with this specific issue. All right. So for this one here, I do want to see the memoized tooltip content here. See if that's the problem here. If it's getting memoized or something related to that. So let's throw here in the props before we, yeah, before we show the props here, what I want to do, I want to, maybe I'll dump the props here. Yeah, let me do that. Let me dump the props here just to see what's happening here. If there's an issue here, so just dump all of them. Console. Oh boy. Okay. It's not going to help me, is it? I want props. Give me all the props. And I want them to be not like so, because it's not Python. So I'm going to dump it as individual components. Let's do that. Let's dump it as, yeah. So let's wrap this in an object. So to an object here. And I'm just going to dump all these things from the top here one by one. So can you finish this for me? There we go. Good boy. All right, sweet. For the children, let's just see. I don't care about the children when it says it has children. Anyways, it's just gonna, it looks random, but I'm just gonna add some logs here just to kind of see if it gives me a good signal here. And we're good. Yeah, so let's just dump the props here. What else are we going to do here? What are you complaining about? Void is not assignable. What? What's your problem? What you going about? This is, yeah, so this should be, hold on, let me see. I want this to be a function, not a, okay, so let me just do this, a function, and then, so we're just going to change this a bit and make this a return just so I can capture this. So, and this should be a return. Yeah, let's do it like that. And that should avoid the problem. All right, so it's the same thing, it's just we convert it to a function so I can dump the console there. Okay, so that's going to give us some info there. And what else? Let's see. Yeah, let me dump the data here as well so I can see what it is. So let's just dump the data from here. Get all these props as well. Yeah, that'll be kind of valuable information to get that as well. To see what is the actual shot tooltip here. All right. Let's dump it here. This is already a function, so I have to convert it. So just do, oh, there we go. All right, just like that. And no, I don't want children here. Let's just say has children. Yeah. What is set open? Set open. Open and change. All right. And let me see how this looks right now in the console. All right, so this is a little bit better. I get a little bit more information here. So here, let me throw it on this side of the screen. Come on, Chrome. Why being difficult? All right, so Chrome is going a little bit crazy here because these props are being dumped continuously. So, let me filter them out so I don't kill my Chrome that much here. But okay, that's what I want to see here. Okay, so I want to inspect this, but not that many times. I need to close this. Oh, jeebus. All right, let me kill this. Anyways, so that's what I want. So that's a good output here. Now, the only thing is I want to filter this out only for specific things so I don't get 10 million refreshes here. All right. So one thing that was missing is maybe I should put the children there as well, just to see, let's throw it in there. Just see the props there for that specific one. Okay, I'll just do that. Yeah, let's filter some of these console output here to only be for specific. Oh boy, React is painful, especially when it's complicated, big applications. You know what? I might just push it the way it is. If I can't find the problem, like next 20 minutes, just give myself 20 minutes to fix this issue and move on to the backend stuff and DevOpsy stuff quickly. I just filtered this thing first. So anyways, let's go back here. So let's filter this for specific button. So we can, let's look up the props children. So wait, this would be, yeah, it's a prop that we're passing down, right? So we can look up the, where's the name? class name title. So the title is, and the test ID. So the title, wait. Okay. So the title here is this thing we can use here, right? So let's use the title to filter or test ID, either one. Yeah. So no, tooltip text. Okay. Or the test ID. Let's use the test ID to filter. So yeah, test ID seems like the good one. Yeah, this debugger is not giving me good information here in Chrome. All right. So the props are passed in here. Here, content. So wait, test ID. Okay, we have the test ID passed in. What's the test ID used here? Data test ID. All right, so we can use that for filtering. And actually, well, not for this one, because that one, it's the tooltip text. Okay, so we gotta use the tooltip text for filtering, obviously. And this Chrome is annoying. Dude, Chrome, calm down. All right, so let's do with that. So when the content equals to this tooltip, which is the fit to zoom. All right, so we have the content from the tooltip. Oh, come on, stupid Chrome, stupid VS Code. Content, content. Fit to zoom, right? Sure. No, what just happened here? Is it capital? Yeah, it's fit to zoom. It's all capitalized, okay? What is this 2D stuff? Where's that coming from? Oh my goodness gracious. All right. So this is going to be for specific thingy. Well, let's see if this improves my outputs here a little bit. You know, I don't care about the memorize because I can't put it in here, right? So just dump it from here. That wasn't really that valuable. The thing at the bottom was more valuable. Okay. Let's debug again. All right, so I'm just looking at it here. I don't care about the the extreme logs here that happening over render, but at least I can see the element here. Oh my god. The Zoom. Chrome. Why Chrome? Oh, the Zoom just busted on me. Oh, you can't zoom out. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Well, that's annoying. Just make sure you don't zoom in on the inspect window because you can't zoom out. Thanks, Chrome. Okay, so where was I? Console here. Let's clear this. Clear. Just run this. All right. Just looking at all the different props that we have for this element here, just to see where is it set, on which, sorry, the loading state. All right, so we have some good information here. Okay, so that was a good exercise. We got some good valuable information from the outputs here. Yeah, let me dump this here. Just to avoid all the logs that we're generating in the page. All right, so now the next step is to see if we can mess with this a bit. Let's see. So I want to update the, which one I want to update here? The Chrome should be more responsive now that we don't have so many logs here. And sorry, the other logs here, I want also dump as well because don't care about them right now. So these ones here, let's do revert on all these ones here. That was good information too. All right. All right. Back to normal in terms of logs. Okay, now let's just, I want to debug a little bit more the tooltip here. Oh boy. My Chrome is not happy. Come on, Mr. Chrome. You can do better. I guess we're gonna go to the source just to fiddle with it. Let's just go and look at the loading. Was it TSX page? I think that's the one that's. Where is it? Is it loading TSX? Yeah. Where is it? Where's the source? I had it on the screen. Damn you, Chrome. All right, let me look for the loading thing here and just manually remove it. Let me look for the component first. It should be loading something, right? And in our case, it should be where it's profile picture, file page, PDF viewer. And what I can do is I can just change this here. If this is the component, looks like it. The loading page component. Let me see if that one was actually changed as well. Maybe there's a bug in here. Let's get a timeline. No, that's fine. There's no issue here. But anyways, so we can change this to what I want to change this to. Well, I want to see if this will cause an issue. If I do expect this component to be used in the. And let me just look for this again. What's it called? Loading label. Okay. Right. So here, let me just get rid of this for a second here, just to have fun with it and see how it functions. Where's my Chrome window? Chrome. And let's see how badly this breaks. Yeah, so the fit to, so yeah, so obviously it's that one, but it's no longer spinning because we removed the spinner here, but let me just see if I can actually trigger this. Okay, so it looks like just the function is broken. Yeah. All right, Aaron. So we know where the code is broken. Well, broken. I mean, it's the loading is here. That's the fallback. We saw the fallback feedback show fallback um, from the logs. The question I have is why isn't it set, right? So that's the question I'm having here. So when the fallback is, hold on, move away. My feet are getting tangled in my cables there. So this is what's causing the loading screen not to disappear, right? So the question is, why isn't this true against the show fallback? Show fallback is true, but why is it true, right? That's the question. So it must be related to the zoom function that's busted somewhere. Where's that busted? I have no idea right now. So we have to figure this out. I do get all these not loaded from database here, since I have to look at that as well. Oh, so many bugs were just merged. Oh crap. Boy. Okay. Well, let's see how it can work. So anyway, so show fallback is what we're looking at. So if this is true, right, it's one or the other. So we need to see why this variable here is not properly set and work backwards. Oh boy. I think I busted my Chrome with all the changes. Oh, there we go. Loading screens back. Okay, cool. All right. Chrome is happy. Let's start debugging. Okay, so um, show fallback. This wasn't updated recently, was it? This use effect. Let's have a peek. Oh, but all right, no. So that was cancel. So that was a while ago when these changes were done. Okay. So why is this true? So when this is true, a loading screen shows, and it renders the loading screen. So we need to set it to false. Well, it will actually, well, we'll render empty div, so that's not the case here. Okay, so the loader is shown till the target icon is shown. Okay, cool. So what if it's a timeout issue because it takes a bit longer for it to run through the function? So if I look at the here use effect here, so what if I change this to, let's change it to 1 for a second, just to be instantaneous. Let me see how that looks. I want to see if I can fiddle with the timing here, if it makes a difference or it's somewhere else where this is broken. Let me comment this out. Right, the whole thing, not just right, that kind of makes obviously the thing disappear, but it's still not working. Okay. So the target icon is not showing. So let's see where the target icon is right now. So in our case, the target icon, maybe it is as simple as just icon not being there. Where's the target icon here? So I did not see the icon when I had the debug in there. So then maybe that's what it is. Just the icon is missing. Could be as simple as that. Maybe that's the first thing we should check. All right, so for this one here, let's see. Where is the icon coming from? I'm just going to roll back some of these changes here quickly, because I want to put a breakpoint in here and see if it's just an icon issue. Yeah, let me just get rid of all this stuff. I'm sure I know what the error is now, sort of, at least what's related to. So I want to verify if this fit to zoom icon is here or not, if it's defined somewhere. All right, let's see. All right, so since I disabled the thing there, we can see that, the function is working. So this may be as simple as just the icon not being there. Okay, so just verify. Anyways, the functionality is there. So to me, it's just probably the icon is missing, and it's it's not replacing. It's not loading the image here, right? In the shot tooltip here. So maybe that it is as simple as just freaking icon not being there. Okay. Anyways, so I'm gonna put a breakpoint there again and see if the target icon is actually loaded for this button. Before I do, let me see, where's the target icon coming from? It's taken from node icon, listed as by name here, or name split, blah, blah, blah here. Okay, to uppercase. Maybe it's a merge issue when the icon file name has changed or something. Yeah, all right. Let's just see if the target icon is there. Yeah, I don't see the icon. God damn it. Let's put a breakpoint there again. Where's my breakpoint? I'm just gonna run through it again and see if I can determine why it's not showing up. So this is in components common, index, generic icon component. Okay, let's see why this freaking icon is not showing up. Just for the fit to zoom. All right. Let's see. Here's my debugger now. Let's run this through and let's start again. All right, Bell. Right, so we have the name of it here, at least so we can use this to kind of determine what's happening. Anyways, Bell, let's run this through. Store, workflow, chevron, square. And you know what? Maybe I should, let me see, just beside the name, what else we can do here? I just want to identify, well, let's just go by name. Let me just see. Oh boy, it's going to be painful. Let me make this a little bit bigger. You know what? Let me suspend that one for now until it gets to a very specific section. All right, let me re-enable it now. So I'm hoping once it gets in here and starts going through these buttons here, and I can see where is the freaking target icon. All right, so we have to zoom in. It's coming from icon name zoom in. Sure. Cool. Next. All right. And we see the name here is zoom in and it gets it from here. Okay, so cool. So at least we know the zoom in is actually, let's just run this in the console here. Damn you, copy paste. Damn you to hell. What the hell is copy? Can I just copy paste this? God damn it. What is your problem, Chrome? Control C. Can I do Control C, Control V? Is that too much to ask for? Oh my God. Okay, fine. Be difficult. Oh, jeez. Right, so we have zoom in here, we have zoom out, but so I don't see fit to whatever it's called in here. Well, let's step through it. Let's see. All right. Okay, what is this? Still zoom in, okay. All right, this one is zoom out, just step through it. The next one is the one we care about. All right, what is this one here? Still zoom out. Keep going. All right, go fit to view. Let's see. All right, so let's see what the freaking icon is. The icon name is maximize. Okay. So the icon should be maximize. Icon class is undefined. So let's see if we can find maximize. Still maximize. Fit to zoom, content. Where's the icon? All right, let's go in here. Should be on the children. All right, let's step into it, see if what happens. All right, so the name is maximize. Let's see if it's here. So right away, I don't see maximize in here. Yeah, there's no maximize. There's maximize 2. Oh, fuck. Did they change the name to maximize 2 just to mess with me? All right, let's see if the target icon is, yeah, it's undefined. Okay. So it is just a target icon. God damn it. So that's what, so the output did show that it was missing. The debug logs that we put in there. All right. All right. Let me look at the repo and see if it's a bad merge or what the hell it is. I don't know, man, but that's very annoying. That all this debugging and it's a freaking icon is missing. So where's my Langflow? Here. All right, let's see. So first of all, let me look for maximize here just to see if oh boy. Okay. Let me see if this changed recently. If the names changed. Let's blame. Let's see who we're going to blame for this. No, maximize 2 was changed 2 years ago. Where's maximize? Well, that's silly. I don't even see it. See maximize there. Let's see if this was changed recently. What's this? No, still the same. So there must be another issue here. It's definitely the maximize thingy here. That's incorrect. What else you can look at? Let's do another search here. So let me put maximize 2 in there and see if if that makes a difference, if it pulls it from memory. Let's run this through and just update the code quickly. So going back to the canvas control components, this one here, I'm gonna change to this. I don't know if this is gonna work. We have to do a lowercase. I'm not sure what the code is there to pull it out. Oh, it worked right away. I just see it. Dude, it's just okay. I mean, come on, guys, you gotta test there something at Langflow, man, because this is just annoying. Look, it's right there. All right, it's a maximize 2 works right away. I'm just gonna punch somebody in the face. I'm gonna fly to Brazil and go and get violent. That's what I'm gonna do. It's time to go Brazil and get violent with Langflow, guys. All right, so maximize 2. This is the issue. Oh god, why is such these stupidest bugs always take the worst amount of time, man? Okay. Let's see if this. Yeah, it just works. Okay. Let's see. Let's do another agent here. SaaS pricing. For whatever reason, this is missing here, but this is working. The pain in my brain. Okay, let's see what else was broke. Why are these ones missing here? What's the problem here with the calculator? Let me log out. Let me see if we can do a fresh refresh. And this cannot load from database. What is this new bug that keeps coming up right now? Why is it we having issues right now with that? All right, I'm gonna roll back the changes except for this maximize 2 and see what's happening here. Well, at least this is not spinning anymore. Like last time we saw the calculator spinner going and the SaaS pricing spinner going crazy. But right now the icons are missing. All right. Let's see if we have any console outputs here just to give us info about what's happening here. Nope. All right. So I'm just going to go roll back everything except for maximize 2. This is hilarious, man, dude. Why not change this to maximize 2? I mean, if you open this, that's the first thing I saw was spinning, right? Anyways, I'm happy that we found the bug, but I'm just unhappy because we wasted so much time. All right, so, oh boy, yeah, I'm supposed to roll back things. Okay, so let's look at this stuff here. Well, I won't know what I changed now. Hold on, let me look at the Git status. Maybe that's a better way because it's all part of the same big merge. I did change this on BEMIC. I did change that. Let me add that. So this is the fixes to the schema manager. So let's add that. Package JSON. I don't know what I changed there. I'll have to check in a second. So let's reset these ones here. Let me open this in a different view here. Here, that's better here, so you can see it and see the changes. Okay. So I'm not going to be pushing Kubernetes components. That's for later. That'd be too big of a. So I already commented them out, removed them. So let's see. What is? Yeah, it's all mixed into. Okay, cool. Let's put this aside. Let me go one by one and see which ones I need to roll back. part of this debugging thing that we did. So UV lock, obviously package lock JSON we're going to keep for now. App. I did fix a bug in IO model. So where's IO model? So it's in source, front end source. So you can see it's a big merge, right? There's lots of things happening here. So this one is, I made a change in, because there was a bug in the console I saw. So front source pages, where's pages? God damn it, pages. And I did change the app init page. Yeah. So that's a big change here. I might have to talk to the guys here because I think it's a security issue. What happened here? Again, also it creates problems for single sign-on callback. So all these things related to auto login. Okay, so yes, that's fine. And the other one is, so I'll just have to explain the changes there somehow when I push them. So IO model, and I changed the new model. Here, this one here. Yeah, okay. So is there changes, and I also added a change here as well. Okay, cool. So I don't care about that. So let me add those two. So to Git. I'm gonna add the UV lock as well, since we have a little bit more additional libs there. Now for the package JSON, I don't think I added any new libs to the. Where's the package JSON here? I think this is their changes. The log, package JSON log was changed. Where is it? It's in the front end, and it's in the root directory. Holy crap, that's difficult to look at in this view. Sort files by, let me just do this differently because this is difficult to view. Conflicts alphabetically. File names alphabetically? Is that a bit better? Okay. All right, let's see, that makes a difference. No, it doesn't make a difference to, all right, this is, it's just too big of a change to have. All right, hold on. All right, let me just do this differently. Pending, untracked. Oh boy, show me. This is by file status. Maybe better. Okay. Yeah, no change. Okay, we're good. So package JSON is just going to be added as well. Git add. All right, so the only thing that's left is the stuff I was just fiddling with. So let me just clean those up. And let's reset. Sorry, not reset. God damn it, restore. I did reset. I want the restore command. All right. And the other restore. Yeah, sometimes the git commands are the same. You forget. They're very similar. All right. So we just have just the one file. All right. Let me look at the Chrome now and see if there's any issues here. All right. So we have it. Oh, there we go. Things are coming in. Load flow from a database. I gotta look at that. Why is this breaking? And see, there we go. So there's a couple other bugs in here. Let's refresh this. All right, so at least the zoom to fit works now. The other thing is these two are, so it looks to me like it's also an icon issue here. So let's see what's happening with the calculator component, and then I don't know what that is, SaaS pricing. So this is just the name of the flow. So is this the only one that's broken? Because if it is, then maybe just the way, yeah. So it looks like this image here, SaaS pricing, this calculator image is busted, right? I'm looking you. Let's just add a couple more flows here. All right, so these look like just icon issues again. Okay, so let's just find them. So this is the last thing. I gotta look at the database. Why is database freaking crashing? Every time we refresh, we get a message can't save. So first, let's look at the calculator component. Okay. So first thing I'm going to do is look for the calculator component. So because that's the one that has a problem with the icon. So it would be where's the calculator component? Let me just find it. Yeah, okay. So we can even see on the side here that is still spinning. Okay, so anyway, so it looks like again it's a missing icon. Okay. And let's look in type in the TSX files. TS files? No. What? This would be in a JSON file. I suppose would be in a JSON file. What? No, it should be in a front end file. What's happening? Where's my calculator? Well, there's the icon calculator here. I can see already here. Let's see if we have the calculator icon. Calculator 2. Did I name it 2? All right. Let's look at the repo quickly. See if in the repo they maybe changed it as well. All right. So calculator tool has been deprecated. It says here, and then we have another calculator tool in. It's a different directory. Okay, it's calculator _ core, and the icon is calculator. Okay. Now, where is the calculator icon defined? Oh, and the size pricing, yeah. Okay, so it's all about the image icon here at this point. So because I'm looking at just scrolling through the Git search here, and I can see it's all related to the icon. right? So because the component, so there's two components. This one's deprecated, but even the newer one is using the icon calculator. And the SaaS pricing is using the calculator as well. Icon. So whatever reason, this is just busted. All right, let's see where this. Let's see where the icon is coming from, and see if that's changed. So, all right, let's go look at the calculator component and see if we can find what happened to the icon. All right, so the calculator component is in the back end. All right. And it says this one here, this icon is not showing up. It's going to trace it back. So we're using the component class here. This one just cares about the icon. Is it just icon or, yeah, just icon. The configuration attributes here. Now let's see where these are coming from. I don't think I traced this. And I need this from my Kubernetes though, because I need to define the Kubernetes icons as well. So it's a good thing for me to look this up because I just gave the icon name, but I didn't actually put the icons anywhere. So let's just see where these icons are coming from. So config attributes, let's see where they're coming from. Right. We just set them here. But where is it used? Not this one. Come back. I want to look at the superclass, I guess, because the superclass is so the custom component here. So you have name, display description, code, field. Where's the icon? Is the icon here? It's here. Okay, cool. So let's see. Where is this coming from? Or not? It's coming from a base component, or is this handle? Should be emoji defaults to none. What emoji? You know what, let me put a different emoji. Let me just grab, let's see, let me go to emoji database here. So I know abacus exists. So what if I just make this abacus? So if we go back here to calculator components, let me change this to abacus. Oh, god damn it. My copy paste game is weak today, man. What's happening, man? Copy paste is just not. Oh my god. All right. Chrome is not liking my copy. But cuts. All right, I just want to see if this changes. So since we're running hard reload here, at least it should refresh. There's the refresh. All right, let's see. Where's my Chrome? Chromie. I wonder if we have to restart the whole application to get this up. What is this? Is this the abacus one? But I like that actually show empty versus spinning. So maybe that's what about this one, Kyle? All right, so it's no longer spinning. Okay, I don't know what abacus is there, but it's a question mark. Okay, what about SAS here? All right, so all right, let's just let's see if we can find calculator icon here. Yeah, boy, just have it here. where they're pulling these emojis from, that's the question I'm having here, because I don't see, this is the Pocket calculator. Let me look at the list of emojis here, all of them here, because I think maybe they're just, maybe it was renamed, maybe it's a cultural thing, maybe it's a, whatever. There's lots of maybes here. Let's see if there's a calculator here. It's not coming up, man. Holy crap. You know what? Let me go back and just change it with let's change it to Google icon. I just want to see what happens here. Oh, cancel. Let's see. So there you go. The calculator is now Google. Okay, so it's definitely a freaking icon, but come on, what isn't a calculator like a default thing? That let's update this. There's my Google icon of a calculator. Oh, Jeebus. What about the SAS pricing here? That's probably saved in JSON, right? So, but the calculator is right here. I can see it, right? It's the icons right there. So let me look at the SAS pricing JSON file and see where they're getting this icon here. Maybe that's we can use the same one here. SAS, what's it called? SAS pricing, right? SAS pricing. And that's in, well, let's look at this JSON here. All right, so where's the icon for this thing here? Icon for the prompt. Let me just look for the, I guess, calculator one. Lowercase, right? So if that's the calculator component, okay, so I'll change this to something else in a second. And what is this one is, what is this for? Oh, it's just for components, okay. All right, so this is the one. So this calculator seems to be working because that's the one that's on here, right? So that is working. So why isn't the other calculators working? So that's good. So, but if I put it here on this one here, it breaks. All right, just wait for it to load. I can see the calculator showing up at the top right now. So it finally finished rendering, but what is this one here? Calculator. Let me just refresh this one here. Yeah, this one's not being found. And when I update this one here, this one's spinning as well. Oh, jeebus. Okay. So, I want to do a PR maybe without this, let the guys fix it. But it seems to be such a silly thing. We should be able to fix this. Let me see if it's trying to get it from some sort of file here. Maybe CSS, emoji CSS or something. Let's see what we have here. It's not from Google Fonts, is it? Oh, it might be actually. Nope. Where's the? I don't see the emoji one here. Okay. Where was that breakpoint that I had? Not this breakpoint, but the one in the target. Not this. Not this one. I want to see if I can put a breakpoint there and just inspect the array they had there for all the icons and see if it's actually there. Where is it? Now this one. Oh, here. So yeah, let me do this one here. So let's see if this comes up. Okay, here. So this node icon loose ID. So this one here. Let's see if there's a calculator in here. Yeah. Let's do a conditional breakpoint here. Let's do this when name equals to calculator. Yeah, so there's the calculator. So now if I grab this, come on, copy paste. Oh my God, what is the name of this? What's wrong with my copy paste today? Node icons, lucid. Okay, so node. All right, and then let's just go and get the calculator. We get maximize too, right? But no calculator. Okay. Just gonna go see where this is populated from because whatever's happening here, this list is not good. It's been bastardized sometimes over time. Here in front end. Let's see where this is coming from. Okay, style utilities. Says yes, so from here. So all of them are imports here, and they're coming from what? So from multiple places. Where's the Google one? So Google icons come from Google icons here. Okay, cool. So at least we know where they're coming from. Now let's see if there's a calculator here. No calculator. God damn it. So was it always like that? Or is it? Let's go back and look at the way it grabs this. So it's here all by, it splits it by, well, it splits it by, if there's a little hyphen there. So otherwise, okay. All right, so it should be here. Anyways, it's part of utilities here. So let's see if this has been updated recently. Timeline. I do see there people were fiddling with this, but where's columns to ellipsis? I don't see calculator. Nope, it's not here. This is one of these imports here. Then let me just make this a little bit bigger here. Yeah, don't see any logos here for calculator at all. Great. Okay, let me. You know what? Let's just. I'm gonna go look at the Langflow GitHub and see if that directory was changed. If somebody removed that file, so this would be under source from source front end, and then we have source and icons. All right. So I don't see calculator here unless it's defined. It's not defined as a file. But let's just see if there's any changes here. So 3 days ago, somebody made a change to this directory. Let's see if they removed something. So they added the Watson AI icon, but that's it. Okay, a couple days ago, somebody did another update. It says fixing icons. Let's see what icons they fixed. So here, I'm just looking at the divs here to see what icons have been changed. Where else did they change? A couple of days ago. So March 17. Yeah, it looks like this wasn't changed in a while. All right. So what about the utilities? Need to fix this in the next 10 minutes so we can start testing the code, the backend code quickly. Okay, where's the util? No, it's utils. Style utility. Let's see if this was been updated. Look at the history here. So 3 days ago, there was a change in this one here. Let's see. Nope, they just added that icon. Let's go to code. Come on, GitHub, you should stay on the same freaking section, man. Dude. And you wonder why we're using BitBucket. What else? Unless it's part of these imports here. These are all relative imports. So they're not coming from a library, except for this one here. Redux. So let me look at this one here. So the Twitter logo. You know what? Let me see. Let's do a blame. Let's see. Maybe we can find the calculator issue here. Nope. No cigar. All right. Last week there was some changes here for voice mode. Let's see if this thing nuked the calculator. Let's see the updates they did. Just want to look at a specific file. Yeah, this one here. Okay, we have more updates here. Nope. It doesn't matter. Let's just see if we can add a calculator ourselves and fix this issue. So I don't know what happened to this calculator image. I can't even trace it. So I'm just going to add it myself. I'm going to add it with what? How are we going to do this? Let's go into utilities here. And a lot of these things are coming from where? From here, Lucid. So let's see if there's one here. Calculator. Here it is. It's capital. I don't know if that makes a difference in terms of if they do check for that. Actually, let me just double check if it's if you can just make it if you capitalize that, if it makes a change to the issue. Where is my browser? All right, let's close this. No more debugging. It's not picking up, so let's just add it. So I'll make this lowercase again, and then in our system, so it's style, tells it called style utils here. I'm just going to add a calculator. Let's make it alphabetical. Where are we going to add it from where? I wonder if that's all we have to do here. Never use, right? Right. need to do a little bit more to get this going. I think it's this one, right? This node icon. What's this one here? Yeah, it's this one. Okay, let's add it to this one. Okay, let's make this alphabetical here. Calculator, and it's going to be calculator. All right. There we go, done. Okay, so I don't know why this was missed. Why the hell? Like it was never checked, but there you go, works. Says our calculator icon. Okay, cool. So moving on. All right, I'm just gonna ignore a couple other issues here that I just noticed, so we can do a PR. Anyway, so done. Let's stop everything and see if we can run the unit test, integration tests. All right, let's just do the testing first before we build. What's happening? There we go. Oh, testing taking long. Okay, so Playwright, I'm gonna run through again separately. This I'm going to run myself. So let me see. Let's run this. Let's close everything. In a separate thread, we can also run the Playwright test as well, separate terminal. Let's do that. Clear. Oh my God. Let's see, where's we want to run the make run test front end? No, make unit test. No, which one is it? I want to run, I think this one. First I'm gonna do is test my tests, see if they're broken after the merge. This seems to be working. The other thing is we added service tests as well, backend tests here. Let's test these two. All right, that seems to be good. The other thing we did, we added logging tests here for loggers. There's lots of tests here. We good. And then also telemetry as well. So we tested, we updated the Prometheus stuff because it wasn't working. All right, so at least the test I've added working. So I'm going to run the rest of the test. It's going to take a while. And in the meantime, what's this? Which one failed? Oh, there's just a warning, Prometheus matrix, okay. Oh, it's not really news. Okay, cool. No, that's what we wanted because we checked for the error. All right, moving on. So terminal, let's see if this is running. So I prefer running the Playwright tests in Playwright UI, not in VS Code. It just takes time. It's much easier to run in here. in the terminal, or all right. So let's run. I'm just going to get these going as well. Some of these things executing. It takes a while for these tests to pass. Let's run all the V1 tests, and then queue up the V2 as well. Yeah, we just want to be good citizens. We want to test everything, so we know there's no issues when we create a pull request, so we can just focus on the code and the business rules. I see there's some issues here related to some utilities that were pushed. Now, I'm going to ignore these tests for the pull, fixing these tests for pull requests, because I really want to focus on the stuff I did and make sure that works, and then I can come back and do fixes for other things. Yeah, so for now, I'm just going to ignore some of these things here, unless it breaks my tests. All right, let this run while I amuse myself with more of ChatGPT images. So the one also created right now is, beside the fact that I just did my own face here, we converted to Squidward. Such a sexy beast, right? That's hilarious. All right. I'm gonna use this one. This anime one, I'm gonna use it just for fun. Okay. Squidward, I'll use it for fun as well. And I'm just dumping this into Sora. So for Sora, you can let's see, there's a Sora here. Oh, that's just fuel for nightmares. Handsome Squidward. That's who I is. All right. Yeah, look at the timeouts. But the timeouts are quite high. So when the test fails and retries, it takes a while, right? And these ones here are taking a while as well, because they start a whole server. So that's something I got to talk to the guys about. Because when I did my Keycloak test specifically, what I did is I made sure that they don't start the server, right? Because again, it's a unit test. It's not an integration test. So there's no need for it to start. Like, I create my own test client here, so it's very quick. There should be micro tests, right? They should be really fast. And plus, you're more likely to run the tests if they're fast, these unit tests, just to verify. If they take this long, because these are really integration tests. Because if you look at some of these tests, they start the entire server, right? They bootstrap it with everything. So that creates a problem. So it kind of sort of defeats the purpose of having a unit test. Because a unit test is a micro test. That's the definition, right? It's really fast. It takes a few seconds to test. It tests very specific. System under test is very specific. It doesn't touch the database, the disk, all that stuff, right? So you don't have to set the server. So if you want to do quick tests, you really kind of need to change your mind, do a bit of, let's call it, quotes, paradigm shift, and kind of understand that unit test is a micro test, right? And the integration test is everything else, really. And then you have acceptance testing, right? So the usual pyramid of tests, right? So you want to have a lot of micro tests, but because they're micro tests, you can have a lot of them because they're fast, right? They execute extremely fast. You can run them, you run them many times, and it doesn't impact your development, right? Your experience, your DX is still solid. But if my DX is so slow because I got to wait for my unit test to finish, it takes minutes. I'm not even running all of them. And then for my integration test for the front end to run as long as they're running right now, that kind of makes it so people don't write tests and execute tests, right? So it changes the culture a bit, and you want to enhance the culture as much as possible, help it grow and flourish, and allow people to do testing, right? To kind of verify what they did, they're pushing. And anyways, there's no end. It's just that bit of a mind shift here. And anyways, so one thing that we can look at is really, I was going to look at the Docker stuff, because we did change the Docker stuff a lot. So the front end is completely changed. I kind of rewrote the from. It's really different what was there before. And the template is completely different. Change the template. That's neat here. These ones, though, these are the ones that were changed. So let's have a look at these ones here. Yeah, so I'll leave my, obviously, because that's the one I'm using right now with my CSD pipeline. But also, if the guys want to use it, they can use it as well. This is the one here. Now, the thing is, Composio temp directory, this is something I had to add as well. So I changed Composio plugin. So one thing that maybe people don't understand or realize that in production systems, the file systems where your application run should be read-only, right? You should not allow people to change or write to your application, right? That's security issues, right? You don't want things to be, changing anything related to the application, right? Changing the files. If you have your JavaScript, you shouldn't be able to change the JavaScript and cause problems, right? It should be read-only. Same thing with Python, whatever, or libraries, right? You're not supposed to replace the library. So when you create containers, you don't think about it at container level, you think about deployment of the container level. Right? So when you deploy the container, especially Kubernetes, and you set up your security context. So just to give an example, in our Helm charts, we have security context for, let me just get on the screen. So this is running in Kubernetes right now. So if you look at the YAML, and you look at the security context, is context or capital context or something like that, or just context. Just let me look at the security here. It's a big YAML, so I'm not gonna look for it. I might have to. Where's my begins with? No, not begins with. Contains. That means okay. Context. What? All right, let me scroll down. Where's my security context? What, dude? Did I misspell context? Anyways, so we have security context here. So you can see that we set everything to read-only, right? The file system. So that creates problems for your application, right? So if you don't think about this, because a lot of times, and most of the time, production systems, we do this always, right? So we force the application to be in a read-only state. Again, because the application is running, there's no need for you to change the files of the application, right? Now, if you do need to change the files of the application, well, think about it ahead of time. So then when you give me the code and I deploy it with my DevOps hat on, not knowing anything about the business rules, I don't nerf your application. I'll just nuke it because we're not talking the same language, right? I'm thinking production, you're thinking business rules. There's a difference, disconnect, right? Business rules have to also be, care about production systems as well, right? So to that end, for Composio is it's just another component that we have in Langflow, which is it. Oh, I gotta fix this bug. There's something wrong with here. Damn it! It must be the cookie. Yeah, refresh and it works. All right, it looks like the cookie is busted. Okay, so I don't know. Let's go this one here. So there's Composio tools here, right? So Composio is coming from this website Composio Dev, which is another agentic, dash tool. We can compose, we'll create workflows, agentic AI. All right, so here, so you can install it, run it. They have all these different integration. So it's similar to Langflow. Where's all the apps here? So you have all these apps, right? So, for example, Gmail app. I was trying to test the Gmail app if it works here, right? So right now I'm trying to configure Composio with Gmail. You can authenticate it, and then I can just go and, in the playground, I can tell it grab my emails right from my inbox, right? And let the language model process my email, summarize them, and maybe send it out as well. Anyways, points they can do a lot of different things with this Composio tool here, right? It has lots of integrations. However, there is just a bit of a problem. This thing requires you to save a log file, okay? Now, that means creating something within your application directory, which is forbidden, right? From a production support point of view. So what I did is I kind of put that into our container as a variable, so we have it. Where I put that. So first of all, I created a variable here, and we also changed the temporary directory as well. If you can control it, don't use Linux temp directory. Control your own. So you can, because you might have different business rules than Linux has, right? Linux clears the temp directory at its own pace and schedule, has its own life cycle to it. It might not fit with your application, so you want to control. So anyway, so we create our own temp directory, but also we make the Composio temp directory as well. Anyway, so all the jazz is here, which I added all the code, but the other important code is actually in the component, and the backend component right here. So if you look at the bottom here, I think the last function, so we update this function, right? So in this case, we take the variable and we also have a default here, and we create a temporary directory there for this Composio log file, which is required by Composio toolset, right? There's also one for outputs. If you're using output directory as well with this specific tool, you might have to define that. In this case, we're not using it. But if you look at Composio's toolset, it does create a very specific log file. Where is my log file? What is the variable again? The variable is just log file. Okay, let's see where the log file is. Is it in the base tools? There we go. It's here. So there's the log file here in the base class. Now, if you scroll a bit lower here, you can see that it creates this version log for you, right? Now, this version log is using here log file, a constant define, right? So here you go. Here's the problem, right? So they're going to put this in your root of your application, right? This compose log file. So you have to be aware that something like that is just not going to work in production systems where the production support people or IT people or whatever DevOps people that maintain the system. From security point of view, they want to apply certain security policies and will not allow you to do this, right? So this has to be thought about ahead of time in the application, right? Anyway, so that's what we did here. So we kind of updated this again. So I threw a little bit debug here so we can see it as well in our Docker log, so we can pick it up with Loki and just do a search for it, right, in our Grafana dashboard. So doing your regular day-to-day DevOps tasks to see what's happening, this issue. Anyways. So that's one example. I'm sure there's other examples here, but at least that's the one I picked up when I was testing. So you fix this one. Let's run this one here. All right, so this is going extremely freaking slow. Hey, we're going to have a look at the single sign-on test I did and run them again. Okay, so that's one thing to think about. Think about production. So again, you got to write production-ready code, right? Now, it might be difficult if you never actually seen what's in production. So if you live in as a developer in your dev environment and you don't talk to your hosting people or you don't host the application, you might not be aware of all the production nuance there that happens and how how the environment changes. The environment parity is essential, but you have to know that the environments are different, right? You want to keep as much of the parity as possible between, so there have to be similar environments so they don't, when you go from environment to environment, there's not much change between environments. But there are changes, especially security changes, right? Especially when you deal with security and network policies and authentication, authorization, things like that. You got production is a little bit different than your local environment, so you got to be able to deal with all those issues, right? Let's run some of these tests here. What is this load? Whatever. Hopefully that's gonna be fast. So far the tests are passing, so we're good, except for the one that's failing here and for Playwright. Anyways, let's just run some more of these tests here. What's up, dog? You wanna go for potty time? Is it potty time? Somebody was asking about page speed. I think I saw it somewhere. Different between browsers, right? That was the question. So if you go in here, and for example, look at the performance here. The question is why, even Lighthouse here, maybe that's a better one. Why, when you analyze the page, is a little bit different in Chrome than in other browsers, right? So there's some obvious answers and some more complicated answers, right? So just let's log in here. This is our builder. So we're going to build this. Once the test passes, we're going to build this with our CI/CD pipeline to see if the containers are good, and application is running. And this one's going to close. All right. So we're using Cloud Build for CI, not for CI/CD. We're not doing CI/CD. CD is in Terraform. So again, because these are not really microservices to us. These are like one-off tools. So the plan is not to continuously, build and deploy them. We just build it once in a while, we'll test it, and we'll deploy it, right? Versus like your regular application, which is probably a CI/CD pipeline. So when it comes to browsers, right, there's, like I said, there's some obvious issues, and then some, like for example, in my browser, I have shitload of, like for Chrome, I have a lot of different plugins in here, right? Even browser tool MCP. So I have the MCP server for browser to control the browser with, Claude, for example, right? So that's going to impact your CPU profiles. If you do do performance testing here and look at the or even the recorder here or anything here where it's in here, memory here to the profile snapshot, this is going to be impacted by the extensions you have installed as well. And some of the extensions do eat up a lot of resources. So that's kind of maybe the obvious one, right? Now, the other maybe obvious one is that, ironically, the Chrome performance should be better than non-Chrome because most of foreign developers, they live in Chrome. Right? They hyper-focus on Chrome. That's why I usually open my stuff in Safari just to check, because I know developers code in Chrome exclusively, which is kind of sad, but it is what it is, right? So when you look at your users, for example, and Google Analytics as an example, and you look at the breakdown of browsers or users by browsers, you see predominantly Chrome, but then there's mobile browsers, right? Most people use Safari on iPhone, right? So then it's not 100% Chrome ever. In fact, in production is a little bit more, well, it's a better distribution than you from development, right? So coincidentally, when we do dev for frontend and we have Google Analytics enabled, we also have Google Analytics enabled for the dev as well, right? Because we can test analytics in a dev environment. For your Google Tag Manager, you set up different environments and you set up for dev. And then when you look at the dev environment, it's just Chrome. It's like 100% Chrome. People live there, right? And we do ask them, hey guys, open other browsers, right? Now Playwright obviously makes this much easier to deal with. I mean, that's why, when I was testing Playwright here, I kind of enabled multiple browsers here just to kind of see how it's running. So in the front end here, you have a Playwright config file that guys added from Langflow. So where's the Playwright here? Here. So you can just kind of execute it on multiple browsers here. There's Chromium here, Firefox, right? So you can run your test across multiple browsers just to get better understanding. So then you can still dev in Chrome, but then write your tests across multiple browsers, right? So then you can kind of get an understanding what's happening. Anyway, so because of this hyper skewed development style that people have and just living in Chrome and Chrome alone, although I have to say Firefox is better for CSS, right? That's something maybe not obvious, but their CSS is a little bit better than Chrome CSS dev. And when it comes to Canvas, if you look at, for example, here, Canvas and Safari, they have this nice graphics here and layers and Canvas view here as well, which is actually better. You don't have this in Chrome. So if you are debugging Canvas issues, this Canvas here, mobile animation, it's actually better in Safari. So depending on what you're doing, there's some things that are really better in Safari, like Canvas testing, right? CSS, Firefox. But everything else you can probably just get in extensions with Chrome. So I would encourage people to install many browsers. I have shitload of browsers installed on my Mac here. even things like Brave browser, some of the AI browsers now. So I keep collecting browsers sometimes just to play around with them. But it also helps with that, right? Dev issues. So that's another thing. So this page speed, if you account for the extensions, so if you remove the extensions from it or you disable the extensions, should actually be better on Chrome, because we know from social engineering point of view that Chrome is mostly used for dev or by devs, right? Anyways, so that's so the kind of the two things that come to mind quickly. Let me see the tests, how they're running. Holy crap! The playground all these tests here for Playwright are taking forever, but these components tests taking forever as well. I'm assuming these guys are kicking off a database here. That's why it's taking so long here, and kicking off MPC servers, MCP servers. Yeah, MCP. While this is running, I'm just going to build the containers, because we can do multiple things at the same time, apparently. All right, so I'm going to build for ARM first. I can test it. So I add a couple more targets here. So here, build ARM. So I'm going to build both of them, front and back end. Oh, well, that's not good. Oh, is my Docker down? What? What's happening, Docker? What? Did the Docker desktop just crash on me? Since we got this Ask Gordon here, this AI with Docker Desktop has been buggy as hell, man. I don't have to use Docker Desktop for my Dockers, man. I mean, if it's going to be this bad, I'll just use different ways. There's so many different ways of getting access to Docker, but this is kind of silly, right? All right, let me see what's happening here. What is this? Uninspected, restart the Docker? What? How is this crashing? Dude, it's not even being used. It just has a little bit of AI. Okay, let's quit the Docker Desktop. Let me kill it, I guess. Force quit. Okay. Well, that's a problem we didn't need. Docker Desktop is solid. Now we adding AI to it. We love language models. We do agentic AI, Gen AI, and agentic AI. But when you're adding agentic AI to your system, don't break the system, right? That's a kind of maybe golden rule. All right, let's see if it's good to go. We have Salmonfish back with some questions. Having fun with GPUs, I see. That is an expensive GPU that you're using. I encourage people to try TPUs if you can. They're also expensive. They're actually more expensive than GPUs right now in Google Cloud, but they might be a little bit faster in terms of getting the work done. Anyways, what was he doing? You go bankrupt dealing with TPUs, man. Egg that's running. Well, that's this when Docker crashes, it's annoying as hell because it's solid. There's no need for it to crash. Hasn't. Anyways, let's see if this builds. Tests are still going. Cool. What about the Playwright? Oh, okay, Playwright is Where's my playwright? Playwright is still going. 90 of 194, and it's just timing out. It looks like there's something on with this CSS selector here, because I see this one, that's the one that's been crashing. So I guess we should probably fix it. Yeah, it seems like the same CSS selector is crashing for Playwright. Oh boy. We can't fix the world, can we? We can try. Anyways, I do want to deploy this before I do a pull, create a pull request. So I want this to finish here. So this is just a smoke test, local test, see if it's building the source code locally for my ARM CPU. And then we'll do it for AMD 64 in the cloud and deploy it to Kubernetes while the tests are running. So if a test fails, we can just always rebuild the containers, whatever. Just we can do things at the same time. Because these tests take forever, man. Holy crap. This is a definition of not unit testing. They're not. They're more. All of them are pretty much integration tests at this point. It feels like maybe Langflow guys didn't run the playwright test, because it looks like all of them are breaking. Oh, actually, not all of them. A lot of them are breaking, right? Because of the same bootstrap test utilities here they have here, looking for the main page title, which is the root of the, the main page title is just a header, the nav bar there, top bar. All right, so the build is done. We do have a little test script here that I'm always run just to see if there's any issues here starting up these containers. So again, a bit of a smoke test before we push the code. Let's have a look at the health of these containers. So we added health checks to all these containers, images. All right, so they're healthy. Let's have a look at the logs here quickly. Cool. Started. Front is running. So it's running at port, 8080. So not 3000. Let's see if we can hit it. All right, it's more of a smoke test. Okay, cool. So that's running. Let's look at the log again. All right. Let's look at the backend now. Let's see if the metric server started. So we did a lot of changes there. We have our metrics. Where's my egg at the end as well? We have the versions here. Cool. What else? The backend. All right, REST API is working. Sweet. All right. So the smoke test works. Let's now push this. I'm going to push this whole thing, and then if there's any errors in tests, I'll fix them along the way. Oh boy, that's a lot of stuff to push. Okay, it's going to be ginormous push. Tremendous push. Best in the world push. All right, let's commit this. Oh boy, this is being difficult. Hey, not everything. I don't want to commit everything. Where's my keycloak changes? So we're going to leave some stuff out because we have a lot more changes than we just that we're merging here. We're also working a lot of the components as well, where it's not other updates we're doing as well. So I'll just commit selected here. Oh boy. We had some conflicts, sure. Yeah, I'm okay with these conflicts for now till I hear from the guys when they look at them. I'm just gonna push it to my branch, my BitBucket main, and let it build and see what happens. And then we can start. At least we have a bit of a cleaner Git in here, so now we can start fixing issues if the issues come up. But there we go. So we did a crazy freaking merge here with all this stuff. Anyways, so because CI/CD is wired, this should be it should kick off our. The build is going. Let's see if the build succeeds, and then we'll deploy it in Kubernetes. Now, in the meantime, let's still have a look at these freaking tests that are taking forever to run. Let me kill these containers. Yes, Docker PS, fix it. Jeez. All right, let's just kill them. So I don't want to have them running just in case there's port conflicts between tests and all right. In the meantime, I'm going to inspect the build of these containers to get a little bit more information here from the builder here. So there you go. So it took a minute, just over a minute for each one. I'm just looking at the size of it and the stuff that go into it. We made a lot of effort to make the size of this container smaller than it was. And we did the same thing for the backend as well. We made it a lot smaller because we changed from Debian to, no, actually we went back to Bookworm, sorry. Alpine wasn't working well for us. So we went back to Debian and we just fixed some issues. All right. So one of the things that we did change is this security issue for lib, right? So I don't know if you can see it. Maybe I should go into. So there's a few security things that keep coming up when we do when we scan the containers. So when we run the builder here, right? When it builds, we always run a scanner, security scanner, so we can see the vulnerabilities here or the issues here and how we're doing. So, when it comes to, let's just look at the last build here. And look at the artifacts, and let's go to the backend one here. Not this one here. Let's go into the security scanner section itself, vulnerabilities section. So look at the vulnerabilities, right? How they're changing here, and how many we got now. So we're always kind of mindful of these things, and we're trying to proactively change things. So the critical one is the one we fixed, right? So for the critical one, we can see that it says that there's a problem with the library here, right? So if we go and look at this CVE, we can see that, hey, there's a problem here with Bookworm, which is used as the main Debian, right? So Bookworm has this issue. There's a vulnerability in this package, right? So if you're running this container with, Debian, with this version of Debian Bookworm with ziplib, which is basically a zip library, well, there's a potential here for do a Stack Overflow, right? Get into Stack Overflow issues, somebody trying to hack it, whatever. Just overflowing the stack on the zip and then just adding their own C code at the end of it, right? So the usual buffer overflow. Anyways, so when you see this, you got to fix it for production systems, okay? So that's what we did. We fixed this issue. It's still coming up because it's still being flagged, but we we changed it. So if you look at the view, it says it's using the new version, right? Okay, not the old version. So if you look at the vulnerability one, it's about this one, 1.2. We're using the 1.3, and that was the fix. Oh, we updated it to fix it. So anyways, there's other vulnerabilities here. So we probably gonna go and address the high ones maybe next time. The low ones, I'm just gonna ignore for now because there's no way for you to kind of exploit them at all. Yeah. So we'll always want to fix the high and the critical and the high one. So we fix the critical, and the way we did fix the critical in our DevOps Docker file here. Where's my Docker file? This one here. This one. All right. So it's a bit of a convoluted command here, but what I basically did is I pulled the Trixie is the latest version of Debian. Bookworm is the current one. Trixie is still in beta, but it has the package. So basically, we just grab the package from Trixie and install into this Debian version. Okay, so that's really the fix here. So kind of that resolves that kind of critical issue. There's other issues we have to fix here with this Debian version, Bookworm, but this is the critical one, so that's the one we chose to fix anyway. So that's also part of the code, the PR that we're doing, so you can get that fix here. Anyways. So that's that. So anyway, so you have to be mindful of these things, right? These production issues. Moving on. Build is still going. Oh, it's done. Beautiful. Okay. And we have a few minutes. So let me restart Langflow here. So when I killed the pod, it said to automatically put the latest version, pull from the, what the hell, Google? Why are you punking me? What the hell happened here, bro? All right. All right, so let's kill this pod. It's going to automatically grab the latest container where it deploys, or the latest image. So this stateful set is done. And the front end as well. Let's get this one here. Let's delete this pod in this deployment. There we go. So I'm just kind of forcing it manually to grab the latest image so we can test it. Now, I am expecting it to fail for the backend because the Postgres database, the schema manager, Alembic here, is going to fail, right? Because we know Langflow guys add a couple more updates to the database, and it's out of sequence right now. So it's more likely it's going to, anyway, so the front end seems to be good for now. So we'll see if actually, we spend a lot of time on customizing this container here in terms of logs and what it does and all that stuff and the feedback that we get. Okay, cool. So that one is looking good so far. Oh, what? And I am expecting the backend to fail once it gets the image. Oh, it's running. And yeah, I think it's going to crash on the schema updates, right? Let me put this in an Explorer window. Looking at the tests. Are the tests done or still running, man? Dude, still running. And Playwright, almost done. Oh my God. It's still the same bug. I think there's just people didn't update the tests when they refactor some code. And that's why it's timing out 30 seconds for each freaking test. All right. So looking at this, so I added a lot more logs to the startup process here, so I can see. Actually, when I merged, I saw the guys from Langflow added the same thing. Ironically, they added more logs there too. I guess they also want to know what's happening during the startup process. All right, so there's a mismatch here. Unhandle error. Okay, so there we go. So you can see there's a database issues right away. Okay. So what I can do is I can just delete my database, just truncate everything, and then allow the scripts to execute again. Yeah. So this is what happens when you get schema managers out of order, out of sync, right? Do you know which version to apply? What is this one here? Start routing. There's a routing issue here. That's a new bug. Haven't seen that one yet. Okay. That's nice to know. All right, let's close this. So we're going to go fix this specific bug first, because that's not even related to, or is it database migration? Let me see, initialize database. I think it's the database. All right, so running migration. Where's this failing though? Come on, give me some feedback here about it. Okay, there we go. Upgrade operation effect. Okay, right. So flow table has changed. All right, so I'm just gonna truncate this. We're live. So we have a nice script we wrote to port forward to our Postgres database and mess with it. So I'll just go do that. And I have about 5 minutes to do this, to fix this database, so we can create the PR. So let's do this. Let's do this quickly. Since we're running the database in Kubernetes, we gotta first log in to our Google Cloud. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. So we have to unset the proxy variable because we're running it with a Bastion host, or without the Bastion host. We have the Bastion host running in the background. So again, you need to have a nice entry point to your private cluster, and you should not allow people just to kubectl into your cluster. There we go, it's done, so clear. Now we can start the proxy. It's just a make file that we have there that kicks to the proxy files based on our credentials. Now we can export the proxy. There we go. So that's these basic things we have to do. Now, next thing is, let's go to tests. So here is a test. I put this, no, scripts. Then I should move into scripts. Okay, on the tests, we have a script to connect to a database. Now, these passwords, it's not going to work. So again, we're using a Vault for our passwords. So they expire. So they might have expired by now. Actually, so I'll share the script a little bit later. You can see how I'm doing things. It got really, the script got out of hand here. But these are scripts. You want to create these utility scripts. You don't have to type any kubectl commands all the time. And for this case, we have a secure Postgres deployment. Anyway, so it might cause you problems. Anyway, so right now, we're using pgadmin within containers, so not installed as an app. So we can actually have it's more ephemeral that way. We don't store passwords. And it works the same way. You just open instead of an app, you open the browser, right? Just waiting for the, there it goes. The browser started for me. All right. So let's see if we can have a peek at the database. That was the password. I hope the password didn't time out, because I do set it to, I don't remember last time we refreshed this password, but they're tempered, the ephemeral passwords as well. They're dynamic passwords more correctly. So they time out. Oh, they did time out. God damn. Okay, let's create a new password. All right, cancel. Let's close this. All right, so here you go. So we use a Vault to manage our passwords. Vault is a circuit manager that also is used for PKI as a certificate authority as well, to manage certificates. So let me port forward to. So this is a very special port forward here. Only works because we have internal load balancer service. So this is a special kind of Google GCP load balancer service that was only exposed on a private subnet within the VPC. It's a special type of a load balancer in Kubernetes. I'll show that in a second, I guess. And you have to again use a proxy you bash your host to get into it. So the kube forward only works if you are on the proxy and have special credentials. Anyways, so there's a bit of a security. So we don't expose our GUI. So right now I'm trying to get to the GUI. I'm going to get into what am I, vault? A vault? Oh crap! Where's the vault? SVC. Is it vault? Or vault active? I think it's 8200. That's the default port for the Vault UI. And certificates are also an issue. Now we're going to open this Vault in our Chrome. And we added locally, I added the certificates, self-signed certificates to be able to run this service. So you can see here, Vault. Otherwise, your browser is not going to be happy with you if you give it. Now, when it comes to the token, again, the token is the master password here, for which only I have access to. And actually managing with the KMS, Google KMS as well. So there's multiple levels of security here. So if I get hit by the boss, at least people can actually get the access to the master password through the KMS or the secret manager, more specifically in Google Cloud as a service. But if I'm not hit by the boss, then I'm the only one that has access to it. So if something leaks, it's me, right? There you go. So for database, we have a database engine here configured with Postgres. And we can ask it to give us dynamic password here, this one here. So I'm going to generate credentials. Beautiful, okay? So I'm just going to show you this. So and they use a duration. So they'll be automatically deleted fast once it's, I'm not liking these special characters here for my, whatchamacallit, terminal script, my bash scripts, but let me move this to the side. So sometimes the password has special characters, but then those special characters kind of break your terminal commands. Now, this script is not finished. The idea was to be able to get the password automatically for you, so you don't even see it. You ask Vault for a password, it dynamically creates it for you, populates it. I just don't have time to actually add that part to the script yet, so we'll do it later. Oh yeah, let this go. The reason you want to have a utility script here, again, because you have TLS for Postgres, so you need certificates. Like we always have TLS on everything that we do. Even service mesh around the Langflow, it comes with service mesh. So there's mutual TLS happening between backend and frontend containers or pods. So anyway, so let's see if this is good now. All right, there we go. So we're in our database right now, and what I want to do is I want to basically kill everything. So before I do this, I'm going to actually scale back the container or the pod to stateful set to 0, because I don't want this to be extreme in the middle while I'm deleting tables. So where am I here? Okay, where's my workloads here? So I'm not going to run a command, just do it here. So stateful set. I'm just going to create an action here to, where's an action here? Scale to 0. Okay. Yeah, we should see this to being terminated. So beautiful. True C 0 of 0. Okay, there we go. See, beautiful. So now it's not going to run the updates on the database while I'm doing this. Now in here, what I want to do is I just want to basically truncate the database here. So when it comes to schemas, tables, I'm going to get rid of everything here. I should just write a command. I'm not going to just do it. Let me just write a SQL dump command here quickly. Oh, somebody knows the top of their head. I'm just looking at the truncate command because I can't remember right now. Is it trunk or truncate or? Right, let's do this. It's coming back to me now, slowly. Let me create a SQL. Let's do a SQL. What's your problem? What? No, I'm doing some pSQL, but no, that's not what I want. I want to, oh boy, why is it being so difficult? I want to, here, view all rows. And I'm just going to run in this window. All right. Sweet. All right, let's change this to continue. Let's what the hell? I want to change this to let's go through. Let's do a loop. Loop to, can I do a loop or truncate? Let's do a freaking loop and do a drop on everything. So let's read the tables from I'll just do a drop schema and make a cascade across everything. Right? Because it's just a public schema. So let me drop the whole thing because the schema manager should create it from scratch. If it doesn't, then I'll just create a table, the database. So do a drop, and I want to do schema. Let's make it all capitalized just to make it happy. Drop schema, so I know the syntax correction. And let's do obviously the public one, public. And do I need to go database? They have to prefix it. Oh man, is it Langflow? Langflow. That public. Is that going to work? No. I'm waiting to rank Langflow. Okay, shut up. Public. And I want to do let's make it cascade to everything. Okay. And at the same time, let me do, I'm going to create the schema just in case there's some weird issue with the scripts or the schema manager Python. So I'm going to recreate the schema, schema public. Yeah, let's do it this way. Schema public. All right. So that should nuke the whole thing, right? I think I want to also add grant schema permissions. I'm hoping it's not going to kick me out and make this database unusable. Whatever, we can just always redeploy it with a Terraform code. Okay, let's run this. Okay. Let's refresh this, I suppose. Refresh. Must be the owner of a schema public. I am the owner. I am the root user. I'm just gonna. Okay, we don't give all the permissions to these users. so they don't mess up database. But now I need to mess up database. So let me, I'm just going to do this manually. Oh, I can't. I'm not. Damn it! I need to look in as root. God damn it! I'm not root. There is no root. I can't kill any of these tables. Drop tables. I have to go update my. That is just so painful. Right. The user is a reserved word in Postgres, so must be on the table. Oh man. God damn it. I gotta go change my permissions for involved. Let me see what tables I own. Let's do that. Select. Yeah, let's look at select and select table name from. I'll just do everything from PG tables. Table owner is Postgres. And Langflow is the user. Okay, because that was the user used to create it. Well, that's a bit of a problem. So I can log in. I can probably log in as Postgres, and then give myself permissions to delete the table. But that's so painful. God damn it! It's supposed to be a simple thing. But we're running production system here, and there's no root user. We delete root. There's no root. We rotate the password. Vault is root. This is where you get into pain. All right, let's deal with this. Let me see what the current user is actually. Yeah, let's do this. Yeah. I really thought I gave more permissions to dynamic users. Now, these are for production support people, so they shouldn't have the ability to nuke tables. That's on purpose. But that creates a problem for me because I need to nuke the tables. So security is working as intended. I just need more permissions here to be able to deal with this. Now, if the user is Langflow, then I can use the Langflow password, right? Because we just deployed this initially for testing purposes. So we know what the Langflow password is, don't we? So if I create a new connection here, what happened? Huh? What? It didn't change my. Let me reconnect. Disconnect from server. Yep. And let's reconnect with Langflow. I should probably grab the Langflow password from a vault before I did this. All right, let's do this. Let me go back to Vault and get my Langflow password, my root password. Where's my Chrome window? I still have it open? Yep. All right, let's see if I can grab the Langflow database static password. There we go. I hope that's the password. Anyways, this one is this user. And then I'll change. All right, so what I'll do here is I'm just going to change the properties here to Langflow again, since I have the password now. Okay, we should have root access to this freaking database, and let's see if I can just drop these tables and restart the database process schema. Where is it? Tables. Let me try one API key. Let me see if I can drop it. Delete. Oh, good. Okay. Can I just select all of them here? Just whatever. Just delete. It's faster than writing a freaking command at this point. I just want to delete cascade on each one. I keep forgetting delete cascade. Is it fast to write a command? I don't think so. Linux people, go to hell. My mouse is faster than your freaking terminal. Any day. Any day. We can have a competition if you want. Go head to head. Commands against a mouse. You will lose, my friend. Lose. It's not going to be pretty. All right. There's no procedures as far as I know. And there's any materialized views? No. There's functions? Nope. So the database, it really just uses tables. Nothing else is added here to, what about views? No views. Okay, cool. All right, so this database is empty. Let's scale back. Let's scale the stateful set to one pod and just see it blow up in my face quickly before I need to go like in 5 seconds. We can do this in 5 seconds, can we? All right. So let's go and scale this back to one pod. One. All right, let's see what happens. Actually, we have it here. Let's just go for last, whatever, 5 minutes, whatever. All right, Just let it cook. Leave it. Let it cook. Just let it cook. Okay, it needs to cook. Okay, building custom components. Where's the? All right, so you should start. You should start DB. Oh, there you go. This is the migration one here. So the DB is running. Let's see if it fails. There's some issues here with new components. Betty AI is having problems. So that's the new thing that was added. Langwatch AI is having problems. I'm not going to fix that. I mean, I'll just do a PR with the issues. Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, let's confirm if the database is good to go. Let's grab the freaking password. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Let me grab the password. And while this is launching, let's have a look at Langflow latest version. Beautiful. Refresh. Could not load flow from database. Okay, we're getting this thing here again here, so maybe it is a legitimate issue. And this is also an issue now, the freaking cookie issue. All right, we're in. Looking interesting. The user was created automatically fast. That's nice. So that means the database connection is working. Let's create a flow. Let's create a freaking flow. Let's do like a simple agent flow. What is this? Oh no, the URL is busted here. We fixed this URL here. We fixed the calculator, but not this URL. Okay. Mental note, we got to fix this URL before we push to create the PR. We just found one more that's busted. Okay. It's not stopping us from, Open API Academy. There should be Open API here. That's our key. Sweet. Help me to do math. This is my math agent. What is the agent doing? There we go. We're up and okay. So at least the basic stuff is working. You can see we have the latest version because the publish is here. So I think we're ready for the PR. I'm just going to go back and fix this image later. I got to run right now, but that's working. Database. Where's the database? Database. Beautiful database. Where are you? Let's see if everything got properly applied. In Postgres, schema, public, tables. Let's look at this table here. Columns. See if the columns are here. Yeah. So, the reason I'm looking at this is because my keycloak stuff, a single sign is the last thing that was added. So if that succeeds, okay, we're good. We're cooking. Okay. So one minor issue. I fixed this URL. Fix the test if there's any tests that are broken, which I still don't know if they're broken. Let me see quickly. Oh, I got to run so badly. I'd be late to a meeting. It's not polite to be late to a meeting. It's just not polite. You gotta respect other people's time. It's not polite. All right, so this is still running. All right, so obviously there's some of these tests are busted in the latest version, and we still have these tests running here, unit tests. So, all right, so I'll wait for them to finish. I'll fix that one image issue, and then I'll create a massive PR for the application, and I'll create a massive PR for the Helm chart, and I'll create a new Git for Terraform. All right, and see if it gets accepted. If not, at least we have the latest code, so we're good. We'll continue development. There's so many things we're adding to Langflow, like in the next couple of days. It's crazy. So if you want to have a DevOps engineer, come back. We're building an AI DevOps engineer, so we'll be adding components to control Terraform, the cloud, Kubernetes. Hey, you really not. The AI is, okay? The AI will do your work. Just don't tell anybody. Okay, I gotta go. Bye.